That's American 1883, visual 18 right. American 18. Alright, Golf 8 cross 18 landing ground 25 on 130 Oh, good. Alright, thanks for the heads up. We appreciate it. Okay, 190, 10,000, we're on 185, subject off American, 25 minutes. Last away, 18 last envoy, 3450. Flight 190, climbing to 10,000 feet, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, envoy 3450.
And now, live in Filmosound, it's Runway DFW, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. It's Walt with you. Sorry, we're a couple minutes behind schedule. I got here 45 minutes ago, or 45 minutes before the show was supposed to start, and sometimes that's just not enough time. So I appreciate your patience, and let's get going with Runway DFW for this Thursday, July 10th, 2025. We are here at Dallas-Fort Worth Founders Plaza. We are awaiting the arrival now of Singapore Airlines coming in from Hong Kong. That'll be A350 1000. And until then, we'll watch some other planes here on Runway DFW.
Parking 3450, we'll see you.
And did I say Singapore Airlines coming in from Hong Kong? I was wrong about that. I have yet to see where it's coming from, so hang on. Let's see here. Let me apply my filters.
Right turn heading 190, climb maintain 10,000, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff on 4041.
So we got Singapore Airlines coming in from Anchorage. That's a 747-400. Be here in about 15 minutes. So stand by for that. Now, let me see if I can fire up our chat here, as I have not yet been able to do that, but that'll just take a sec. How are you all this glorious Thursday night? I hope you're doing well. Let's see. So let's see if this is working. There we go. Lyric the Game Boy says hello, everyone. Hello to you. Joshua Leclerc with a good evening. Ferrari, nice to see you live. Raina Taylor, our official equestrian champion of Runway DFW, says hello, everyone. Good evening from Springfield, Illinois. I did real good at my show today. I got 3rd place in my halter class, 5th place in my showmanship class, and I am sure those are tough events. So thanks so much for sharing that with us. And if you have any other events coming up, we certainly wish you luck with those. American Flight 3006, an Airbus A321, is going now to Ontario, California. It's an Airbus A321. You may hear this whine in the background. That is an air start happening just adjacent to us over at UPS. Seems to be getting louder, doesn't it? This happens every now and again, and I don't know. You know, we're about 100 yards, 150 yards away from that sound. I can't even imagine working near it. I guess that's why they have those earmuff things. Terry M. checking in from West Michigan. Channel member Joel is here with us. Hello, Joel. Peter Sharp joins us. Hello, Peter. We'll say hello to more folks in a sec. We got an American Eagle flight coming in here. If you were here on Tuesday night with us, you'll know that things are a lot different tonight than they were then. We've got our regular setup back. We've got 4 cameras taking in all the activity. It's a little breezy, but there's no rain, no lightning, no thunder. I think we're good for tonight. We're so glad you are here with us, and Scott Randon kind of emphasizing that. Robert Hill says good evening. Oh, and I didn't acknowledge Texas Girl, who's here with us. I don't know if you can see her in this shot. She's down there on the lower left-hand corner, sitting on a bench nearby. She was a big help to us on Tuesday night as we were dealing with the storms. So thanks again to Texas Girl for that. Here comes an Alaska Max. Is it a Max 8 or a Max 9? We'll find out. was a MAX 9, flight 549 coming in from Seattle. There's the East Tower, where the planes line up to take off here on the west. Well, the East Tower is there on the far right of your screen. In front of us are runways 18 right and 18 left. 18 left is where the planes take off, like this American Eagle CRJ. It's going to Provo, Utah, CRJ 701ER. So we got planes big and small here at DFW. I dare to say we'll see at least a couple of super cargo masters coming in next door during the evening from places like Wichita Falls and Tyler, Texas. O'Malley says, fire it up, fire the start card. Now, I don't know which aircraft is being started up. We do have two. Okay, I guess we can't get them both in the same shot, but we do have two tri-jets here this evening. Both have their doors open, look like they're getting loaded up. Here's one. And right next door to it is another, and it is being actively loaded right now. Or unloaded. I can't, can I tell? That box isn't going in or out at the moment. Channel member Free to Bed says, hello friends. Chuck TXK with a howdy from Texarkana. Quad Jet channel member. Singapore Airlines cargo now 6 minutes away. Thank you, Texas girl. We did miss the Turkish Dreamliner coming in. But what are we going to do? Can't catch them all. Leonard Watkins says, looks high and dry today. Sounds like a start cart. Yep, you can hear that in the background. Bill Calden checking in from Arkansas. Hello there. Anna the dispatcher. I gave my cat a bath, and now it's time for dinner. Patrick Lloyd, hello from North Carolina, another channel member. So we see a lot of nice folks in there today. I see our friend 757 Chip talking about super duper cargo masters. Arriving from Salt Lake City, American Flight 1456 and Airbus A321. We also get Delta flights in from Salt Lake City. I can't remember if, I think Frontier and or Spirit may also fly there from here. But I do know Delta does. Of course, Salt Lake is a Delta hub. Zoe is checking in from Raleigh, North Carolina. Hello, Zoe. Beetle loves the MD-11s. Hope to see one take off or land tonight. I think we'll see at least one taking off. I suspect we'll see two. The question is always whether we will be able to see them take off here on the west side or the east side, depending on their destination. A Free to Bed says issues at Chicago O'Hare, 817 departures and 197 arrivals delayed just today. Wow. Desi Guy 22 says hello. Good day to watch some planes. I concur. Vince Kowaleski with greetings and salutations. So formal. From Ontario, California comes American Flight 1820 and Airbus A321. Jackie Redmond, I agree with you. It is a better evening for arrivals and departures. We had some really spectacular departures on our Tuesday show. Our thumbnail was changed to reflect the lightning in the sky as some of the planes were taking off to the south. There was a storm just to the south of us. The planes were banking to the west after they took off, but we had quite a sky show on Tuesday night's broadcast. Darren Sorello, channel member, good evening. The skies are much less ominous tonight than they were 2 nights ago. Agreed. I think you can see in this shot the skies are pretty blue. Checking some of my settings here. Let's see what we got coming up next. Flight 2387 from San Francisco, American Airlines. This will be an Airbus A321. Switch over to our shrubbery cam and see if we can get a look at this aeroplane. Should be about 10 seconds away now. Well, there goes American Flight 806. It's going to Santa Ana, California on that MAX 8. We are going to turn our attention to the Volaris flight coming in from Guadalajara. It'll be an Airbus A320, flight 1802. Is that my head? How did my head get in that shot? Oh, I see. Now, back of head shot. I may have to reposition that camera. Yeah, that wasn't I'll take care of that. All right. Yonder comes the Volaris aircraft.
From Wayne 18 left, American 395.
Fortunately, all of our gear came through the storm without any serious consequences. And here comes the Singapore Airlines Cargo 7952. It's a 747-400 arriving from Anchorage. And yeah, we're going to look at that United flight, but I do have to change that other camera to avoid the back of head shot. So, those of you who are in favor of the proposition that 4 engines are greater than 2, we have a big plane to present to you here.
Heading climb to 10,000, clear takeoff 18 left, American 395. DFW Airplane call. Hey, inbound the visual on 1 here, right? Clear going 18 right, hold short of Bravo, American call, 88.
I'll have to wait.
That's the way 1 left, American 841.
I was being tapped on the shoulder as this plane was landing. What were you trying to point out to me, Texas girl? Oh, okay. We have a UPS departure imminent. It's going to be flight 7859, a 767, headed off to the World Port in Louisville.
DFW Tower United 640 visually, right?
But we'll give this Queen of the Skies a little more love before it goes out of sight here in the late afternoon sun. Sundown at 8:39, so we're still about 40 minutes away from sunset here in North Texas.
Hey, 190 up to 10,000, clear takeoff, 20 left, American 841. That's a wait for when they left on 142.
And how's that for timing? Here's the 5-year-old 767 cargo. Going to Louisville and is celebrating its 5th birthday this month. Unfortunately for us, it is on the trajectory to go to the east side of DFW for its departure.
Right, 1686, 20 right.
Robin M., channel member, says there was an Antonov AN-12 at DFW for a few hours today. Did anyone get to see it? Sadly, I was working.
41, good day.
That is sad. Would love to have seen that. I've seen it before, once or twice here.
Take off, runway 18 left, right, turn to 190 for 10,000, runway 42, your way.
28 left, line up and wait, runway 4188.
United Flight 640 from the Smile High city of Denver is on final approach. It'll be an Airbus A320.
We'll try to 18 left, American 12A.
DFW Tower, American 2091, coming over the green, this is 18 right.
So we will be checking that out here
Clear to land.
momentarily.
20.
Oh, I see it now. First 20th century plane we have identified on this broadcast. I'm sure there'll be a couple more.
190, 10,000, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 4188.
Approximately 9,
Channel member Cinema Roll says, in like 2015 when I was plane spotting, I saw a Qantas A380 land. It was the first time I saw an A380. Yes, we all remember the first time we saw an A380 in the flesh. Some pretty big planes.
And Golf 8, cross lane 8 left, grounding 5 on the other side, American 1280. Good day.
I have to say, it is a little more spectacular watching the planes come in when there's a dark, cloudy sky behind it, behind the planes, but there's that 767 on its way. Plane we just saw, arriving from Kalispell, Montana.
Also the 18 left on which you
Got an American Airbus A320 coming in from San Antonio, Texas next. Flight 2091. And right behind it, it almost looks too close behind it, American Eagle Flight 3789. At least that's the way it looks on my radar screen.
No worries.
Oh, I still have to move that other camera. Yeah. Let's see if I can. Well, we'll get this plane coming in and then we'll address that. So we're in golden hour now here at Founders Plaza at DFW Airport. Let me go adjust my other camera here.
Okay, we're crossing 18 right, left on Echo, and confirm it's hold short at Whiskey Fox. Okay, yeah, we'll get set up again for 18 left.
Okay, so I think I've got camera B here out of my way so that when I turn around, well, there's my hand, but I think I'll be out of the way now. as we prepare to view American Eagle 3789 and Embraer 175. Oh, they've turned off that air start, I think. No, it's just taking a short breather. Here comes the flight from Amarillo.
Cross 20 left, switch to the Fox out the ground, push the top.
Amarillo in far west Texas. As expected, yesterday this airport was quite a mess for a while as flights were getting rescheduled from the night, from Tuesday night when they were all cattywampus thanks to storms. All right, okay. Well, for those of you who are keen to see a tri-jet, Texas Girl points out to me that one of the two that are at the docking station has its marker lights switched on. So we're about to see that go out, I think. And you know what? The 767 is now, I was wrong about it. It looks like it is now going to take off here on the west side. It was trying to fool me there. Because usually when they depart the UPS area to the south, that means they're just going to cross over and head out over to the east side. So it's always nice to see that. Let's just take a peek here. At the MD-11. There it is.
Line of flight 111.
And it is in motion. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we're going to watch this 767 blasting off.
Left, line up away from at 2655.
Oh, wow. That thing lifted off as though there was 0G. Just adjusting camera 2 so that we can see the big tri-jet in all of its glory, or most of it, or some of its glory, because it's, as you can see, quite behind a fence at the moment. Jerry Melton regarding that 767, that was a quick one. Beautiful takeoff, says Jackie Redmond, and Peter Sharp says a quick takeoff. John Mock says, my brother works at UPS. They are revamping how they load planes. Maybe robots? Well, that's one of the 3 engines on that plane.
Oh, departure, 2655.
Here's Sarah Deal, who's dealing with issues regarding her new home. Saying, I called the fire department to come and check my alarms. The chief informed me that a quick rush of humidity sets off your alarm. New knowledge. I didn't know that. Wouldn't that mean if you took a shower, then that would set off, that could set off your alarm if it was in the vicinity of the, yeah, I guess. There's Beth F. Hello, Beth F. Ah, the MD-11. We need to admire them for as long as they remain in service. I love these planes. Thanks, Beth. And while we're talking to Beth F, we have... Is it in here? I believe I popped your... Beth sent us a new drawing, which she is just great at doing. And I'm seeing if I, in my haste to get on the air today, I think I did not get to pop it into our pre-production, so I apologize for that, Beth. I'll try to get to your image on the next broadcast. American Flight 2465 from Santa Ana was what we're looking at there. A 737-800, and here comes the MD. Let's see where it goes. Ooh, it is on a trajectory to take off over here on this side of the airfield. Very nice. just going to have to pause here to well, until it gets permission to cross over runway 18 right, where the planes are landing, and American Eagle Flight 3390 is about to take off, coming, or not to land, I'm sorry, coming in from Bentonville, Arkansas. Ooh, that exhaust. This is a 34-year-old aircraft that you're looking at, or at least the tail of it. Well, the whole aircraft is 34 years old. Celebrating that anniversary last month. The MD is blocking the path of a fire truck, which has its lights on, but it can't go forward because the plane is still in the way.
Right here, heading 190 on 10,000, runway 18 left, please take off, carry 45. Sure, 1 left, runway 290.
And that's what a 34-year-old tri-jet sounds like. Now the fire truck can finally pass through. This plane's still on hold because there are more planes coming in on 18 right. It cannot pass over that airstrip until that's clear. We've got at least 2 planes coming in. Cinema Roll says, Walt, what is better, the L-1011 TriStar or the MD-11? Well, if you go by what's still flying today, it would have to be the MD-11 because it has endured where the L-1011 failed. From what I've read, the Lockheed plane was a little too late to the market. It finally got released just as the 2-engine planes were starting to come into fashion, whereas it was preceded by at least a year or 2 by the MD-11, if I remember right. So the MD-11 got what was the DC-10 actually, to start with. The DC-10 got a head start on the L-1011. There's only one L-1011 still flying around. Last I saw it was based in Southern California. It does fly around every now and again on short flights. I guess they're test flights. We'll take a look at American Flight 1663 from Phoenix, Airbus A321.
moving south to 13. Eventually we'll have to cross the dome map to the hospital north of it. Start from 1803, it's clear to line number 18 left. Report 18 left, thank you. Alright, cross 18 left, 40 kilo, contact ground, 485 other side, American. 14, good night.
I think the MD will now get a chance to go. I was trying to punch the other camera, but I did not, so my apologies for what they call a swish pan here in the business.
We're looking for the traffic. We'll let you know when we see it. We'll keep south of the 13.
Our moderator Kai has favored us with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Kai. Hi, Walt. Not sure if you saw my message earlier, but it mentioned that it was my birthday yesterday. Oh, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Well, if it is, well, since it was your birthday, and we don't, we're not that specific as to dates. Let's check in with a birthday song here for Kai and everybody else who's got a birthday this week, this month. So yes, the happiest of birthdays or anniversaries to everybody in the Runway DFW audience. From me. We're going to take a look at, before this plane takes off, let's see if we get a Tide Pod under our belts. We're talking about Sun Country Flight 503 from Minneapolis, St. Paul. I'm assuming we're, I think,
190, climb maintain 10,000, number takeoff, 18 left, American 1803. Five to 18 left, American 2804.
yeah, so let's take a look at the old Tide Pod. Always a fun sight to see.
3263 is over leg race, visual 18 right.
There she comes.
Clear to land 18 right, American 3263. Tower, Care Flight 2, landing assured. When we lift, we'll be going to Dallas. We'll probably go back the same way we came.
So back to Tri-Jet Watch.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, right turn, 190.
Anyway, talking about Tri-Jets, in my reading, it seems as though the L-1011 was technically superior to the MD-11 or to the DC-10/MD-11s when it was first built. I think it was the first plane that could land itself, or at least one of them. But Lockheed didn't sell enough of them, and so it has been resigned to the dustbin of aviation history. But still beloved.
Tower 75, 03, going to takeaway gate. Ultra 1 left at Golf 83503.
Well, Boatstone is a fan of the Tide Pod livery, Sun Country. Cinema Roll headed back to DFW, where they live, on August 4th. Tanman 3880 says E-Tops killed the tri-jet era. Well, yeah, that's E-Tops is the designation for planes that can fly, or two-engine planes that can fly overseas. It was thought for a while that you had to have at least 4 engines to fly across an ocean, because what if something went wrong? And then Donald Douglas said, well, what if you just have 3 engines? You can fly on 2 engines, and then if the third goes out, no problem.
Heading up to 10,000, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1322.
I've been remiss in my identifications. The plane that just took off was Flight 312, a MAX 8 to San Jose. The plane that just landed, an Airbus A319, American Flight 3263 from St. Thomas.
Echo Alpha, hold up.
All right, tri-jet on the move.
We'll move up, around boy 39, about 3 from Eddie on the visual eastern.
So we had a rather glorious sundown or sunset takeoff for this tri-jet. We'll see if we can beat out that 767 for angle of takeoff. Matthew LaShaw wants to know how the temperatures are tonight. Only 86 degrees Fahrenheit, 60 degrees. Or, I'm sorry, 60% humidity. So a little sticky, but not as bad as it's been.
Second 1322, good.
Terminal D passengers a thrill.
Cross 18 left, ground 85, 7 Lima number. Ground 20 left, ground 25, 503. Cross 20 left to Alpha, with contact ground 65 left. Hold short 18 left, Alpha American 3263.
Let me put my METAR through the decoder ring here. Wind out of the south, 12 knots, 14 miles an hour. The official airport METAR temperature is 91 degrees Fahrenheit, 33 degrees Celsius. Yes, we had a rocket. Well, that's O'Malley, one of our mods. There's Luke the Random Spotter, with a little rocket icon. John Mock wants to know where that UPS flight was going. I think we mentioned it earlier. It's going to Louisville, the UPS headquarters here in the U.S. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 planes waiting to take off there. Here is one of them, which got the green light. This one's going to Reno. It's 737-800, flight 1636. Be right with you, Texas girl. She's got something to show me. What?
It's coming in right now.
Okay. It was urgent. It's flight 773 UPS. 767 coming in from Houston Intercontinental World George Bush Airport. We have our nightly Coyote.
Right 190, 10,000, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2353.
It's trotting around.
I'm waiting 2116.
This is not on the airport property proper, but rather on the other side of the fence. So now we'll swing around to catch the arrival of the 767. I think it's celebrating its silver anniversary. Is that what 25 years is?
1999.
Well, actually, it should be 26 years old.
Tower American 1504 is clear, visual 18 right, 170 to Nettie. We are 2 miles out of Legree.
So that's finishing up just a 42-minute flight from Houston. And again, I guess it hasn't yet reached its birthday. It says here that it was went into service in July of 1999, which would make it 26 years old this month. I do declare.
Good night, American 2353. 1 right, clear line, American 1504.
Cineroll wants to know, did an Atlas Air 747 land at DFW today? No. If you're going by our After Dark poster, which, by the way, to be honest, that's a paste up of two images that I've taken here. One of the moon and the looking to the east, and another of an Atlas airplane coming in, which did come in on Tuesday night. So I don't know if we're going to see an Atlas Air here tonight, but I can't predict. I really haven't looked to see if that's on the agenda for this evening. Well, we do have an Atlas Air coming in, or at least it's scheduled to come in about 10:30 p.m. 747-400 from. Where's that coming from? Coming from Wrightstown. Is that right? So Wrightstown is in, I should know this, New Jersey. And the schedule has it going to Chicago, but it looks like it's headed in our direction. So I guess we'll find out. Flight 1739 American Airlines is on the move. Don't have a destination for this Airbus A321. I think I saw, was it a
19 strip 10,000 script takeoff, 18 left, convoy 3735.
I think it was Qantas. Let's check it out here.
18 left, climb away, American 12.
That looks to be the Flying Roo. It is being towed over to Terminal D, where it'll get loaded up for its flight later tonight to... Is it being towed? I think it is. For its flight back to Sydney. And you might hear in the background this plane. That's the 767 we saw coming in from Houston a few minutes ago. Hmm. 757 Chip says, I wonder if the annual subscription to Walto Shop is less expensive than my Photoshop subscription. You know, I have Photoshop through my employer, my regular job, but I don't use it anymore. I have what have I switched over to? Pixelmator Pro, which is since I purchased it, has been purchased by, it was an independent app, a Photoshop-like app. It is now the property of Apple. It's a I don't think there's a version for Windows computers. But I like Pixelmator Pro a lot. Does everything I need. And it's one of those products, at least when I bought it, you could just buy it outright and you get updates and that's it. You don't have to pay a subscription for it.
Left line up runway, Convoy 3705. Take a look at my cold shoulder.
Channel member Dale Helton says hello to us all. Hello to you. I thought I saw reverse ops in the house. Space Needle Megan says hello to everybody. And, you know, I've missed a lot of these messages. But anyway, I see reverse ops Patrick in there, and Patrick, hope you're doing well. Paul Zaroba says, "Hey Walt, dropped by last night. Sorry we missed you. By the way, what app do you use to get all the information on the incoming and outgoing flights?" We use Flight Radar 24, which is available. You can go to flightradar24.com and look at it there. You can, and there's an app which can be downloaded for iOS and Android devices. It's free to use with ads. Is there an echo? But I pay for the... Well, I don't pay for it. There is an option with Flight Radar 24. If you supply them with flight data from a little radio in your attic, which is what I do, then you get a free business subscription. So that's how I use that app. It's a great app. There's Reverse Ops. Hello to you. Reverse Ops, one of our colleagues here on YouTube. He has, if you're not already aware, he has a great channel based in Honolulu where he gets all sorts of great aircraft and along with military planes as well. So check out Reverse Ops if you haven't already. I'm sure you'll want to add it to your list. Philip Zacco, a channel member, greetings from Connecticut, and can't remember what that airport is, and have a great evening. Hello to you. From Dallas to Barcelona, Flight 192 is now pulling out of Terminal D. That'll be a 777-200ER. Thank you, Texas Girl. Barcelona is how they say it over on the Iberian Peninsula. So it's over there somewhere, Terminal D.
Okay.
Typically the Barcelona flight goes out on the east side, but you never know. 757 Chip has to be awake at the crack of dawn, so it's time to say good night. Good night to you, Chip. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for your support of the channel. Here's our first cargo master of the evening.
Today, and the stoplights weren't on when the traffic crossed before we took off for Runway 3705.
Well, that's about all we will see of that aircraft. That was Martin Air Flight 666. That sounds devilish. Coming in from Abilene, Texas. And that plane dates back to the year 1989. So it's out of sight, but we just thought we would give you that information. That plane looks very Airbusy. An Airbus A321 indeed. Flight 1832 arriving from the Smile High city of Denver.
Takeoff 18 left, turn right to 190 and then maintain 10,000.
Cimarol wants to know if the After Dark is going to start at 9 p.m. Well, actually, you know what? It should start right now because it is sunset here in North Texas. So let's fire up the old After Dark. Well, that's why you didn't hear it. Why, that's me. And you are watching Runway DFW After Dark. Now that it is after dark, we are coming to you live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. We're in Filmosound, of course, as well. And we'll be here through the 11 o'clock hour, as long as nothing untoward happens. So thanks for tuning in.
Cross 20 left, hold short of 18 right, don't go minutes 202.
It's another Supercargo Master from the year
1988.
And this one's arriving from Wichita Falls, Texas, after a 42-minute flight.
Cross 1 left, we're keeping that ground. American 1832, cross 1 left, and then Alpha. 2386.
These Martin Air flights typically come in on the on runway 13 right, which is out of our sight. Lyric the Game Boy says, I haven't seen that intro in a long time. I try not to overdo it. It is fun to see. Oh, I'm sorry about the audio at the beginning. As I tried to explain on our broadcast on Thursday, I just swapped out for some new firmware in the gizmo, which sends these pictures out to the internet. And sometimes things don't get reset the right way.
Give way to the caravan on the left, and then taxi to the right, follow me. 200.
We've got another Supercargo Master, this one coming in from Tyler, Texas. That's a 54-minute flight on a Cargo Master. It is now approaching our position here somewhere. We've also got what is this going out here? 757 going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. So Chip ducked out just ahead of his namesake pulling out. This plane going to Houston, Intercontinental.
$19.99.
And it says here this plane is also, well, it's 26 years old as of this month.
Right heading 190, 10,000, we can take off 1 left, still 5
But here's that Supercargo Master, which is now in waiting mode. That landed from Tyler a few moments ago. This one from the year
1993.
So lots of 20th century planes for us to peruse and appreciate.
Hey, sorry, 230 Chris. Roger, copy the air wheels up 3923, 30, thanks.
Listen to this plane revving up. Channel member Ronald Smith says the Cargo Master might be my favorite plane on Runway DFW because they're a contrast to all the Boeing, Airbus, and Embraers we see 99% of the time. That is true. Channel member Austin Swafford with a greeting. Hello, Austin. I'm doing well. Paul's Robo wants to know, thanks for the app info now that it is sunset. Is the rotating beacon turning? It is. I think, however, well, I don't know. I can't say for sure if my number one camera can swing around and see it. Let me take a look. There's a sign in the way. Oh, there it is. I guess we can. So we got your beacon here. The beacon is the landmark here at Founders Plaza. So I'm going to frame this a little more like that, so if I need to use this as a thumbnail sometime, there's room for our logo. All right, back to the planes. So the cargo master patiently awaiting for the 757 to get in gear, and because of its orientation, the 757's orientation, we will be seeing it, or we should be seeing it, taking off here to the here on the west side. Leo says, what is your favorite airplane? Number 1, 747. Number 2, an unusual choice, the Airbus A340-300. Number 3, I always have a debate about that one. I guess would have to be the MD-11. And while I like to see the A380, it's just not one of my favorite planes. I don't know why. I think number 4 would have to be this plane, the 757. You headed up? What? You know, it's in my car. I'll have to get some out. I was thinking about that a short time ago. Texas girl wondering if I'm being hydrated, and yeah, I've got some beverages in there. But thank you. No, I haven't. Well, I don't know. Is this hot? It's not hot to me. I know.
Cross 18 right, minus away 18 left. With Fox, yes, somebody. Back at 941 is on a 6 mile.
All right, so Texas girl has shamed me now into. Well, not shamed. I've been thinking about doing this, going to my car and getting a beverage. So let me do that real quick, and I'll be right back with you. It's short enough time that I think I can just play some music and a 1-minute tune, and I'll be back. right, so I've got my beverage. It's an iced tea, an unsweet tea. So as you can see, this plane either more heavily loaded or just on a different trajectory, but it did take a longer path down the runway before it lifted off.
Good night, 756.
Paul Zaroba with a suggestion for the nighttime Runway DFW intro. Well, you know, the concept of that was planes and people taking pictures with old-fashioned cameras, so I don't know if that would exactly fit in, but thank you for the suggestion. I'll find a use for it. That is United Flight 2330 off to the United hub of Denver. It's an Airbus A320. And part of our cavalcade of 20th century aircraft.
1998.
Of course, this is painted in the older United livery with the gold bottom and the golden continental globe on the tail.
American sign 41, gonna make whiskey kilo.
Peter Sharp wants to know if the American Airlines Airbus A321 XLR has come to DFW yet. I have not seen it. That does not mean hasn't come here. I'm not clear on what routes they were going to use that on. Typically, other airlines have proposed using that or are using it on flights to smaller destinations in Europe. You know, so kind of make a short Atlantic hop to places like in Spain or France or England or Ireland. But I don't know what Americans' plans are for that new aircraft. Maybe somebody knows here in the audience. Houston, Texas says the A340 with the 4 engines is really a stunner. Very cool looking. I really do like that plane. Specifically the A340-300, which has smaller diameter engines, kind of like, some people call them hair dryers. They look kind of like cigars to me. It just looks so old-fashioned, and that's kind of nice. And we are lucky enough to be able to see that plane here regularly, or at least we have been able to see it here regularly, the A340, as Lufthansa flies that. Lufthansa, I think, one of only 2 airlines that still flies that plane. And I don't think we'll be seeing that for too much longer as they get new 2-engine planes in their fleet, but we're lucky enough to see it on a regular basis here, the A340-300.
The plan is stay with you, sir. Copy. Hold short 1 left at Alpha, American 941. American 2228 cleared for takeoff.
American Flight 2228 is cleared for takeoff. That's an Airbus A321 going to SFO.
Left pushing kilo, hold short 1 left to 135, 73.
I'm not sure if this is it or not. I don't see any other planes in motion. Joseph Clearwater, channel member, with a greeting from Terre Haute, Indiana. Works at Indiana State University, gets up at 4:45 a.m. So you probably won't want to hang out for too much longer here.
Yes, sir. We're returning back to Methodist Dallas. We can go south to 183 and then head eastbound.
So I know it looks like the United plane has gotten at least a line up and wait.
Everybody, we're on the go. Thanks, sir.
Tower American, 1974 division approach 18 left, 18 right, 18 right. Turn left, 18 right, American 1974.
Tower American, 2496 Division 1, right?
American 941 at Alpha, cross 20 left, turn right on the Foxtrot, hold short of Whiskey Romeo, monitor ground point 85, hello, well, I know what you're doing, you just let them know when you have a gate.
Copy all, cross 180 at Alpha, and then it's going to be right on Foxtrot line.
2230, next parking today.
Parking 922.
A little close-up view of the East Tower with downtown Dallas in the background. That building outlined in red tonight is the Bank of America Tower.
And Tower American 2298, holding short at Whiskey Hotel. We have our rig ready.
Spirit plane coming in.
Correct.
Brightening things up.
Line up await, 1 left, American 2298.
2270, traffic on north position at Alpha, cross 118 left, traffic ground point 25 on top of the bridge.
Line left out, 25 on top of the bridge.
That's arriving from Phoenix, flight 1023 and Airbus A320 Neo. We say hello to Veronica Peters, who's saying hello to everyone. Hello to you, Veronica. I have my my iced tea here, so no worries. Joseph Clearwater says, hey, Walt, have you ever visited Indiana State University? We now have a Larry Bird statue at Holman Center and a Larry Bird museum. Well, I have told my Larry Bird story before. I believe they had, I'm not clear on this, but I believe they had, and there is an aviation component to this. I believe Indiana State lost in the finals of the NCAA. I don't know what year this would have been. It would have been in the 70s, late 70s. One of our anchors by the name of Cameron Harper was a pilot. He had his own plane. And this was before the days of satellite. Well, we didn't have a satellite truck at our station at that time. I worked for a TV station in Indianapolis as a photographer. And so he flew us to Terre Haute as the team was arriving back from their, I guess, their loss in the NCAA, and Larry Bird was there. And so I did get to see him in the flesh. This is American Flight 2228 to San Francisco. It's an Airbus A321.
American 2228, turn right heading 190 and maintain 10,000 on 18 left, switch pickup.
Right, 190, 10,000. clear for takeoff, flying left, American 2220. American 2707, fully ready.
We'll break away from this to watch the arrival of Flight 2496, American Airlines from Portland, Oregon. It's an Airbus A321.
Go ahead. Hold short, 18 left, Whiskey Fox, American 861.
And we welcome our new subscriber, whose name you see at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, we heard you, Runway 3378.
Channel member Dreambird saying hello to me and everybody. Frida Bet said it was 1979 when Indiana State lost to Magic Johnson and the Michigan State Spartans in Salt Lake City.
Echo Alpha and hold short 18 left, American 249.
I was looking through some old footage of my
Clear for takeoff, American 2707. Line of weight 18 left, American 861.
Very good, thank you. There's Texas Girl informing me that we have another tri-jet to take a look at in action. So anyway, I was taking a look at some old footage from when I was the host of a weekly computer news segment here in Dallas, and I found one of the segments where I was talking about airlines beginning to have regulations or rules about using laptop computers in flight. I'm still trying to find the
Tower American 2361, visual 18 right.
the segment where I actually went on an American Airlines plane which was equipped with an early version of internet in flight. Haven't found it yet.
Return heading 190, 10,000, 20 left, clear for takeoff, American
20 left, line up and away, envoy.
Let's see where this plane is going. Is it on the radar yet? Yes, it is. This is going also to Louisville, the World Port. This is Flight 765 and MD-11.
With departure, American 2707.
1991.
And it will be 34 years old in September. Hello in there. I think we're about to lose the our view as it goes behind this fence temporarily. Get any closer on that? Just a little bit. And the answer, Joseph Clearwater, is no. These planes have not been in production since the turn of the century. I think occasionally we'll see a UPS MD-11 that dates back to the year 2000. I think that's the newest one that we see.
Okay, we just want to let you know, so we told ground we just have numbers, but we have them now.
And Harry T wants to know why this plane has 3 engines. Well, it was in a transition phase when it was thought that international flights. Hello.
How you doing? My name's Race.
Hello, Race. Good to see you.
I've been watching you guys for about a month. So.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you.
I was just saying, I didn't even know this was a thing. I just moved here, so I didn't even know like this Founders Plaza existed.
Oh,
Until I
okay.
saw your stream, so that's cool.
Oh, cool. I'm doing a little free publicity for the airport then. Well, I'm glad you're a viewer. Not at all.
Where's the camera back there somewhere?
No, usually it's back there. We've got a camera over there and we've got a camera over here. So if I punch to this one, there you are. That's Race. How far did you have to ride to get here?
I live in Hurst and I went up to Grapevine and now I'm on the way back.
Okay, well be careful. You got lights on that thing? Okay, good. Well, be careful. So we've got airplanes and bicycles. Oh, look at that. Wait a minute. You see what I see? It's the moon, a nearly full moon tonight. That's kind of cool. And we say thank you to Dreambird, who's now been a TriJet member for 1 month. Hi, Walt. Hope you're doing well. Want to say that you're amazing and the moderators do an amazing job. I second that. Thank you for making a great channel. Thank you, Dreambird, and thank you for your great contribution to our channel. So we're talking about 3-engine planes. When the TriJets first came out, pretty much the only planes that could cross the ocean had 4 engines: 707s, DC-8s, and some other 4-engined aircraft. But, pardon?
Can I tell you my quick DFW story from Monday?
Okay. From Monday?
On Monday?
Yeah.
So Alaska has a flight from Canada every morning. It arrives here at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
So on Monday I was on that flight,
Yeah.
and we pull up to the gate, and there was another plane at the gate. But Alaska only has 1 gate here, and they had no crew to move the plane. So we got stuck on the taxiway for 3 hours.
3 hours.
We were on the taxiway from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m.
And how long was your flight? The flight is about 3 hours,
About
right?
4
4 hours?
from Portland.
Oh boy.
But the good news was it was a MAX, and that's the first time I got to fly on a MAX. And I used to work on the MAX.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I worked on the display system.
Wow. Well, you know all the ins and outs then, or some of them.
The display system.
Of the display system. The display system that tells you when a door has become unhinged, but I won't get to that.
Hey,
Nice
nice to meet you.
to meet you too. And there goes Race, got his helmet on. He's getting ready to check out here. Safe travels. And now speeding out of the UPS facility here is the MD-11. Let's see where it goes. Will it jog? Oh, it's jogging over to the so it is going to be taking off here on the west side. This is lucky. We don't often see 2 out of 2. Our lens that we're using here can't go wide enough to show the whole plane when it's this close to us. So we'll just have to settle for half of it. Let's see, it's just about.
Runway 18 left line up, wait on board 3720.
Wow, can you imagine being on the tarmac for 3 hours? Holy moly. Joseph Clearwater wants to know if I've ever watched the movie Flight with Denzel Washington or Air Force One with Harrison Ford. Your favorite movies? You know what? It's very ironic. My wife has been trying to get me to see the movie Flight. She watched either the whole thing or most of it. I'd never seen it. She saw it recently and said, you should see this. A little Tide Pod action for you there. Is it going to come into focus? Maybe not. There it is. Sun Country coming in from Cancun on a 737-800. I should move this camera over just a bit so you can see the moon.
Right, 190, maintain 10,000, runway 18 left clear for takeoff, envoy 3723.
So, how lucky are we? Rebecca Donaldson is our newest subscriber to the channel. Thank you, Rebecca. Hope to see you in the chat room soon.
Departure American 2666.
Peter S. says, should be moon country tonight. Yeah, I don't know.
Looks like we might be able to make one kilo. Okay, let's try. Zero 10,000, clear for takeoff on 8 left, GPS 765 heavy, thanks.
Here we go.
Over to the departure, good day, onboard 3723.
Envoy 3100, visual 1, runway 1 right. 1 right, clear to land, envoy 4100.
DFW Tower, American 1351, 10-mile visual, 18 right.
Oh, we have. Here comes the FedEx plane from Alliance Airport in Fort Worth. This is a flight that takes about 10 minutes. Very unusual.
DFW Tower, American 1351, 9.5 final for 18 right. Clear line 18 right for American 1351.
So now this plane Let's see what it says here. It departed 12 minutes ago from Fort Worth Alliance Airport, which is about 16, 17 miles to the west of here. This plane will land. It will taxi over to the northeast side of the airport, where the FedEx and the analogous, what FedEx has that's analogous to what UPS has over here on the northwest side is. And this plane is 757-200.
1991.
Echo, Yankee, short 18 left.
So another 20th century cargo plane.
We're heading 190, maintain 10,000.
And I think it's going to taxi up the central taxiway and then go over the bridge here on the north side to get to its eventual destination. Meanwhile, we've got an American 777-200 going to Los Angeles, flight 1084, which is lining up to take off. I do believe that is it there, waiting its turn, amongst six other, soon to be 7 other aircraft.
Heading 190, that's going to pick up 18 left, American 18 left, line up and white, American 3149.
Yeah, the moon's about ready to get out of our shot there, isn't it?
Tower 4319, visual 1 right. 1 right, go to land on 4319.
This is a MAX 8 taking off.
Third across, 18 left on Yankee at the top of the bridge, 65 to 58.
And I've lost it, haven't I? It was going to San Jose, California, that plane was.
Echo 3 south on
Flight 1940.
Echo, it should be 122, American 1351.
Yep, that's verifying, so south on Echo.
Roger, south on Echo, American 1351.
Good day, right, 1940. American 3149, heading 190 and maintain 10,000, 20 left, pickup. Right, 190, maintain 10,000.
Here is American Flight 3149. It's going to Minneapolis, St. Paul, 737-800. Here on Runway DFW After Dark.
Tower 34, 54, visual 1 right.
Video hits, says Walt, thanks for doing this. My grandkids. Hang on, I missed that takeoff there, didn't I? My grandkids used to live in Bedford, so I got to come out to, paraphrasing now, got to come out to Founders Plaza with them.
Echo 3 south on Echo, we'll call her in, Convoy 3910.
There's a flight that used up almost all the runway. Not really, but relatively speaking to some of the other planes. I believe we've got a clearing for takeoff of the 777 now. Going to LAX.
Push me to departure, American 31, 49, 1351.
Haven't got back yet for American 1351.
With a mighty roar,
American,
off goes the 777.
We are 8 out, 18 right. Look like 18 right for 32. Okay, I'll check real quick on 441. On board.
Ready, running left, line point, over 3567.
Echo 3, south on Echo.
Good day, 1084.
Nice power on board, 41 Echo, we have power 116. Tower, just FYI, American 1351 will need to hold with ground gates occupied.
Warning left, quick takeoff right turn 19 up 10,000, 3567.
Get a little portrait of the moon there. I guess that's a full moon. If it's not, it's pretty darn close. I'm going to say that this is a good time to salute our members. So let me get that lined up here. Right.
Echo 3, Echo Bravo, call the out to the ramp on 434.
So what I'm going to do here is show you the our membership list. I'm falling behind here. This is from Tuesday, which I did not show, so it's actually the premiere of this membership list. So, but I am a day behind. Thank you. Got another UPS pulling out, Texas Girl tells me. But let me thank our Runway DFW sponsor, James Webb, top of the list, who's done some wonderful things for our broadcast. Thank you so much, James Webb, for that. We seem to have lost our focus on camera 2 there. All right. Let us give you the rundown of our Quadjet channel members, our highest level of Runway DFW membership. So I thank these members, and again, this list was prepared at 2 p.m. on Tuesday. We'll have an updated list for you coming up on our next broadcast, I promise. 757 Chip, thank you for being a Quadjet channel member, along with Alan J., Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker and Honeydew, Bev A., Brian D., Chuck TXK, Cubs Win, Darren Sorello, Dronoki, Dwayne C., S.O. Rents, H.D. Kraut, James Webb, Jeff, John Lipman, Josh Aldrich, Kirby Brooks Sr., KSF Geek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle R.S., Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network,
We'll give them a shout. American 3230.
the great channel from down under in Australia. Check them out. Patrick Wooters, Pete Nordine, Payathon, S35 Bonanza Pilot, Sarah, The Real Deal, Skittles, Steve Lundevy, Texas Girl right behind me, or besides me, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet channel members. And now you'll see the rest of our members. And why do things look so dark? Because I had exposed my camera for the moon, and I didn't switch it back. Oh look, we've got our camera 2 back. So let me get camera 1 back in gear here.
And then Foxtrot short of Whiskey, Quebec, American 1351.
Okay. Yeah, we've got another plane to look at, another UPS plane. Flight 761 to Ontario, California, 767. An 11-year-old Boyd. Before we get to that, let's check out American Flight 1931 coming in from Phoenix, a 737-800.
Cross 20 left, Bravo, right on Foxtrot, short of Whiskey, Quebec, hold ground. American 20, Whiskey, look great for 1.
Is American 1222 cleared for departure? Welcome.
Still a little dark. Make another adjustment there.
Spot 135 for 3232.
All right. Let's see here. What are we doing? Let's check out this 767 as it prepares to head out to Ontario. This aircraft should take off from over here on the west side. Oh, this one has the slogan, synchronizing the world of commerce. Don't see that on too many of the UPS planes anymore.
Underground point 85, American 1351.
So it makes a little jog.
190,
And once again, you can see somebody's got their headlights on over here at Founders Plaza, and you can kind of make out the chain link fence shadows on the fuselage of that aircraft. Our friend Waz Radio is here from Sydney. Warren, checking in. Where it's 12:40 p.m. at his end of the line. And you know, we have something from Waz Radio to share with you. I was hoping he would check in. Let's see if we can do this here. Gotta put things in manual focus. So we have a message from him. Waz Radio, Warren is the host of the Platters That Matter show on well, he'll say where it is. I don't want to get the name of his station wrong, but it's a radio station in Sydney, and he does shout-outs on his show for plane spotters, and we were lucky enough to be among his shout-outs on a recent show. So let's give a listen to Warren and see what he had to say here on Runway DFW.
Yeah, we play all genres of music here on the Platters That Matter Saturday Night Party Show. That's Walter Trout with Joe Bonamassa and We're All In This Together from 2019. And we played it very specially tonight for all the guys involved with Runway DFW. That's out of Dallas, Fort Worth in the USA. And a very, very good evening to Walt, a very, very wonderful friend of mine. And a lot of other people who watched that program as well. And a very good evening to Luke. He's the random spotter. You'll find him kind of everywhere, as a matter of fact. H-Stop, that's Helen. Hello, Helen. Nice to have your company tonight. A moderator by the name of Kai, and he sort of helps out with DFW as well. We've got Gerard from the Netherlands. A very good evening, Gerard, and I hope you're well. Mrs. Wolves 13. And she's from the northern UK. We've got Michael Flannery and O'Malley as well. We've got so many people who all listen to this program various times because it's right around the world, and I just love it. And all the love and warmth we get from right around the world, including Australia, is just amazing. Thank you so much for that. You're on 107.1 Highland FM. It's the Platters That Matter Saturday Night Party Show.
So thank you again, Warren, for that. That was super cool to hear. And I know our viewers think the same, and we're so glad to have you on board, huh?
It's blocking that road, isn't it?
I guess so, yeah. Turkish headed out to Istanbul, pulling out. Yeah, what Texas girl's saying to us, you can see these vehicles have to stop because the 767 is parked there waiting for its turn to go, and they don't want to get in the jet wash of this plane, so they're just kind of chilling out there until those vehicles, they're just sitting there. Alaska Flight 550 to Seattle is a MAX 9. So that's what we got going right there.
Alright, heading 190 and 10,000, lifting up 111, 1434.
It is. So yeah, there's now all these vehicles here in that baggage cart caravan, all those pickup trucks. They're kind of stuck waiting for the 767 to pull out, but 767 is waiting for its green light to cross runway 18 right, and I think it can't yet do that because there's an E-jet coming in about a minute. So standoff. And I see Waz Radio getting all sorts of accolades for his shout out on Highland FM in Sydney. It's a program you can listen to online, but I don't believe, unless I'm mistaken, Warren, I don't think it's archived. You can't go back and listen to it on demand, but you can listen to it when it's live. Let me know if I'm mistaken about that. Channel member Jeff Carver wants to know, any flying to Houston Intercontinental? Yeah, we've seen a few planes coming and going from there. Well, those planes, that vehicle traffic finally clearing out there. We've got this 767. This is going to Louisville, flight 773. 767-300 ER.
1999.
Yeah, and that's a plane celebrating its 26th birthday this month. Here comes an E-jet. There's that one we don't have, it's American Eagle, but there's no information as to what flight number or what its origin was. However, according to flight radar, looking at the route of this plane, it came in from Corpus Christi, Texas, on the Gulf Coast. Look at this. Is this what I think I'm seeing? Yep. This plane is taking off on 18 right. The landing runway. Not unheard of, but fairly unusual.
18 left, American 2567.
So we get a slightly different angle of takeoff here. So that's among the shortest taxiing you can get from your gate to take off.
Tower, American 124, 8 miles, 20 right. Put a land, 20 right, American 124.
Here comes this other 767, which is going to Louisville. So thank you again to all of our channel members. That concludes our crawl of our members. Headed out there. It's an Airbus A321 going to Portland, Oregon. Flight 2567, American Airlines. I believe I saw the Turkish Dreamliner there in the shot there briefly. And there is the Dreamliner. Flight 192 is going to Istanbul. 7879 Dreamliner. O'Malley, I got that one right this time. I didn't say it was Qantas. So, score one for your host. Carachet says number N492MC appears to be headed to DFW, Atlas Air Cargo 747-400. I think we did pick that up earlier from Jet Tip. It is due in at 10:33. Well, we have one that's due in at 10:33. At least that's what it says here. Arriving from Los Angeles, flight 2024, American Airlines, Airbus A321. Right over there. Iberia, A330-300 is now pushed back. Typically that'll go out on the east side, but it's not written in stone. Trying to see if I can see where that Turkish plane has gone. I think it's behind this big, there it is, coming out of the shadow of the 767 UPS plane. And I'm seeing that it's taken a turn for the east side. Not unusual. Maybe we'll be luckier with the Iberia A330. Crystal Allen is our newest member. So Crystal, welcome to Twin Jet, and I appreciate your kind support of the channel. Tim Heasley, channel member, says, hello everyone, it looks a lot better than the other day. Walt, you are so awesome in a storm. Thank you so much. You know, I didn't feel as though I was really, I mean, I had the stuff I needed for a storm, but we really haven't done that many bad weather programs. So we did the best we could. When things like that happen, I do get a little bit of experience in that, but we're not really set up for bad weather here. There's no cover at Founders Plaza. Well, we do have these canopies, but they don't protect you from the rain. It's more of a sun thing.
Echo 3, Echo Bravo, 1 left, on board, 46.
Trying to get you some info on that United plane. It's an Airbus A319 going to Denver. Flight 1961. It's just a blip. Samp wants to know how I'm doing tonight. Doing pretty good. Our weather is better than the last time we were here on Tuesday when we did an abbreviated show. You know, as it turns out, as soon as I started packing up, the weather cleared. We didn't get any more rain on Tuesday night. And so theoretically, I could have stayed here till our usual time of 11 or 11:30, but I was kind of stressed out by that whole thing.
Turn right heading 190, maintain 10,000, clear for takeoff.
So if we look down to the end of Terminal D, you can see there in the center of the shot the Cathay Pacific tail with its logo on there amongst that sea of American Airlines tails. And we should also be seeing, coming into that shot very soon, the Iberia A330 Flight 364 going to Madrid. A little airport train that takes passengers between terminals.
Echo 3 south on Echo, hold short 1 left, Bravo, I'm at 42.
So I said we should be seeing the Iberia, but it's not. I guess it's being detached from the. Oh, I think it's moving now. Let's see if we can see it. Spot the Iberia. So it'll be in the background of this shot. There it is. There it is. Its tail is not illuminated, so not what we like to see here at night, but we have a spirited aircraft coming in here, which always shows up at night. They're pretty good at lighting up their planes. That aircraft coming to us from San Juan, Puerto Rico, Flight 1380. Did I know that Spirit flies to San Juan from here? I don't know if I knew that. Might be a new route. Well, the UPS 767 has finally, or this one has finally made its way over to runway 18 left. It did not get the 18 right hall pass as the other one we saw did. About to depart, American Flight 1062 to Albuquerque, New Mexico, a 737-800.
Have a good one, Mexico.
Right turn 190.
Flyer KG is checking out. Thank you, Flyer KG, for being a channel member.
Wait, 18 left.
So let's see if we can spot the Iberia as we track this plane into the sky. There it is.
No problem. Echo Bravo will hold short 18.
When you get a chance, contact the ramp, that's what spot you're going to.
Get it real quick.
Going to departure American 1062, we'll see ya.
I do believe the 767 is next. Jason K wants to know if we'll stream in the daytime at DFW. We do. It is technically daytime when we start these nighttime broadcasts, at least in the summer. And we are generally with you in the daytime on Saturdays. But check your local listings, because our times and days can change. If memory serves, this plane is headed to Louisville. So unless I'm mistaken, I think all of the UPS planes that we've seen go out tonight have gone out on runway 18 left, with the exception of one, which went out to Ontario on runway 18 right.
Yeah, unfortunately, our gate has maintenance on this plane, but it's going to call us back when he has us.
Tim Heasley, channel owner, says, well, your stress level is over the top. I think he's referring to Tuesday when we were dealing with storms here at the airport. I mean, it literally looked like we were surrounded by storms on the radar. You know, it was from the east and the south and the west. And we got pretty lucky most of the time. It didn't rain too hard where we were. But it was a struggle making sure all the equipment did not get melted down. Let's see, did Turkish leave? I think it might have. Went over to the east side and, yes, it did. It took off about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Apologies for not being able to bring that to you.
No problem. We'll hold short of 1 left here down.
And the flight to Madrid is also headed over the bridge, as we suspicioned. Well, it's got its tail lit up now anyway.
Right 190 up to 10,000 on boy 41.
Well, we'll see if we can keep that in our sights. Bill Coffey with a great question. Do the UPS pilots wear brown uniforms? Well, the truck drivers do, don't they? But we have the answer from the random spotter. No, they wear traditional pilot uniforms. So, see, I've learned something today. We have an A300 pushing back now from UPS regional headquarters. This one's flight 755. It's going to Chicago Rockford International Airport in Illinois. So it dates back to the year 2006. It's one of the newer A300s we've seen. Most of them are right from the turn of the century.
Right turn 190, maintain 10,000, 1 left, clear for takeoff, yes, 436. 20 left, line of point, American 1406. Departure, good night, onboard 4173.
And because it's being pushed back in this direction, we have every reason to believe that this too will be taking off from over here on the west side of the airfield. We're saying goodnight to J.R. Melton. J.R., thanks for watching. Ernest Christensen, is it foggy in Dallas? No, not tonight. I guess, I don't know, clean your screen, but we are definitely not foggy tonight. B. Street watching tonight from Broken Bow, Oklahoma. I don't know if Broken Bow is in the coverage area of my TV station, K10. Well, it's not my TV station. It's the station I work for. One of our favorite liveries, the ketchup and mustard hot dog livery of DHL, operated by ABX here. It's a 767-300 going to Cincinnati, and we'll be seeing it shortly. It is on the prowl. In fact, it should be appearing behind this aircraft in short order, if the radar is to be trusted. Stephen Carter Weather, watching from Hayworth, Oklahoma. Peter S., channel member, says, I'll be up K10's way on Saturday going to the Texoma FC game. I haven't been to one of those yet, but yeah. I believe they just started operations this season, I think, or maybe they were in place last year too. But a relatively new lower end soccer club. I don't mean lower end, I mean, well, I don't know if it's semi-professional or professional, I can't remember. Not major league, I guess is what I'm saying. But soccer is soccer, as we say in the U.S., and the rest of the world says football. Well, we'll get back to this in a minute. Check out a flight coming in from Santa Ana, California. Flight coming in, American Flight 2669 from Santa Ana, 737-800. Flight going out, American Eagle 4116 to Midland, Texas. We're still seeing if we can see that DHL plane. Where art thou? Oh, I know why we can't see it. It hasn't pulled out of the its berth yet. It's just on the radar. So there goes an A300.
Cross 18 left, post for 18 right, onward local 279. DFW Tower, American 3286, visual 18 right. Clear to land 18 right, American 3286.
Surprisingly quiet when it's kind of engines are not at full blast, at least from this angle. And now it's got a pause before it crosses over runway 18 right, and it's pausing because coming in from St. Louis is Frontier Flight 4741, an Airbus A321neo. On the tail of this aircraft will be Lobo the Gray Wolf.
Short of point left west kilo, call ramp.
It's a little bit after 10 o'clock here, 10:07 to be specific, and you're watching Runway DFW After Dark, live and in color from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport. Walt here with you, with the commentary, with the planes. And thanking you for watching. We peek over the shrubbery now in anticipation of Lobo the Gray Wolf. The tail is a little overexposed for us to get a little glimpse of Lobo there.
Over departure Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left. 4741. We're heading to Delta.
'Well, I kind of lost track of that Iberia plane. Oh no, it's there. Okay. Looks like it's second to take off. But I think what we'll do here is try to get a glimpse of a FedEx plane going out. This will be 767 off to Indianapolis, flight 1682. It's going to be going out over the terminal buildings there in the center of the airport. And there it is. Indianapolis, I'm told by our viewers, well, it was a pretty big operation when we were there last April, a year ago April. I'm told it's kind of expanded since then. Rivaling Memphis in the number of flights it's handling in Indianapolis.
Runway 18 left for 1162.
From Venice, arriving in 4 minutes at 777-200 flight 131 American Airlines. All right, that's Texas girl letting me know about that. Do I see it on? I see it on the radar. Can't tell which side of the airport it will be coming in on. I can tell you that a flight from Las Vegas, flight 3286, is about to touch down.
Hold short of 18 left at Bravo. Flight 4741. Yeah, of course, we're working on all that. Tower to flight 796, return please roll 1.
So will we see the flight from Venice over here? Next plane to land on this side is going to be Delta Flight 27962 from Salt Lake City, an Airbus A320.
Go Alpha, short of 18 left, American 3286.
And flight from Venice is going to come in over here. So what we'll be looking at in about 3 minutes, American Flight 131, 777-200, arriving from Italia, be a 25-year-old plane. We welcome a new member to our Quadjet category, Michael Schwarzkopf. Michael, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. I think you've been a member of the channel before. Andy Cotton Belt Train fan watching from Overland Park in Kansas. Sean Bramlett says, how was your drive home on Tuesday night? Well, as we were talking about, the storms were, you know, all over the place, but it just kind of died out. I went to the to kind of chill out. I went to the In-N-Out Burger, just about 4 minutes away from here. I switched out our thumbnail to something which reflected the storminess of that broadcast, and then I drove home and there was no rain. It was about an hour drive for me to drive home, so I was prepared for the worst, but no rain. Right, here comes Delta. I think we talked about this. Flight 2796 from Salt Lake City in Airbus A320. It will precede the American flight from Venice. And
190, 10,000, clear taking off, runway 3798.
That's still about 30 seconds away. Martin Exotics, a channel member, says Indianapolis has become the mechanic place for FedEx, and they've expanded. It's insane. LOL. Angel Raya, or Angel Raya, says hello from San Antonio. Good to see you. We switch now to camera 1 to get this Delta plane coming in.
$19.99.
A 20th century aircraft.
Right 190, 10,000, 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 2806.
Runway 18 left, line up on way, runway 3510.
755.
Departure runway 3798.
And we're now waiting for the flight from Venice to come in.
Did you hear that, pilot?
No.
He said, good evening, Runway DFW.
Really?
Yeah.
Echo Alpha, hold short of 18 left, Delta 27.
That is. A Texas girl says she heard on the ATC, somebody said, what is it? Good evening to Runway DFW? Have a good evening, Runway DFW. Did anybody hear that? I'll have to double check that. About 10:15. Oh, hey, it's Greg, enjoying the stream from my second favorite airport. Great streams, Walt. Thank you. Oh, hey, it's Greg. And we're about 20 seconds away from the big 777 coming in from Venice. Parker says, I heard him.
Departure, good night, thanks for the help, American 2806.
TMF Brian, Twin Jet member for 25 months, says a year 2000 jingle must sound odd. Well, you know, I don't have any of those, so I can't play them. I'm sure they must exist, but they're not in my library. Now, if memory serves, this, unless they've changed the schedule, I don't think this plane normally comes in at this time of night here, this flight from Venice. So let me check to see what it was scheduled for. So, yes, this was scheduled to arrive at 6:15. So it's running about 4 hours behind the timetable. Got a late start in Italia. It's supposed to have taken off at 1:40 p.m. It blasted off at 6:53 p.m. Here goes the A300. I'm trying to remember where this was going. Chicago Rockford International Airport, I think.
Cross 20, let's Whiskey Lima, 0.85, the other side, American 1313. Cross 20, left Alpha, 165 on the bridge, American 3286.
Yes, that was going to Chicago Rockford International. The 777 from Venice is now taxiing over to Terminal D.
Runway 3357, we'd like to hold position here for about 5 to 10 minutes.
Random's father says 10:16:15 was the timestamp of the shout out from the pilot. Very faint, but there. I'll have to go back. Thanks for checking that out, Luke. Oh, hey, it's Greg. Says, I love DFW, but you folks have to visit Tampa. Tampa was refurbished with DFW leadership. Started as a great airport, got even better. Well, in my case, the question would be, is there a place for plane spotting there that's analogous to what we have here? This American Airlines flight is going to Las Vegas. It's an Airbus A321 flight 2872. Really quite a nice night for plane spotting here at the airport. Yeah, it's a little muggy, but there's a kind of a nice breeze. Latest METAR indicates that the temperature is 87 degrees Fahrenheit, 31 degrees Celsius. Wind out of the south, 10 knots, 12 miles an hour.
Sorry about that. Runway 3357, we're ready to go now.
On its way now, American Airlines, flight number 348 to Santa Ana, California, 737-800.
Tower, good evening, American 2926, visual 18 right. 18 right, clear land, American 2926, departing on 7.
Roger.
I welcome Uncle David as a Tri-Jet member. Hello, Uncle David, and thank you so much for your very kind joining of Runway DFW. Appreciate that. Just Plains Crazy says, wonder if we'll find out who the shout out was from. Well, I don't know if we'll find out the name of that flight deck member, but we probably can triangulate what flight it was. Another one. So Ian Team Stripes delineating what we've got on deck here. Qantas Flight 8 Dreamliner to Sydney. Supposed to depart at 10:40. Fiji Airways Flight 891 to Nadi. Supposed to depart at 11:21. And Qatar Flight 732 and A350 1000 to Doha. Supposed to leave at 10:50 p.m. Random Spotter says, I believe it came from Envoy Flight 3510. Is it possible that Ascending Dragon 1 was in the cockpit? The official American Eagle pilot of Runway DFW? I guess we could get a confirmation from our friend and moderator Anna the Dispatcher, his wife. As we look over here to see another 767, this one's going to Louisville and will also be taking off from the west side. Flight 793 is this one. 767-300ER is a 15-year-old plane. Ben Rambler is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Ben. And yes, this is Runway DFW points out that I am... That's not me. This is me. I am drinking iced tea, unsweetened tea. I'm abstaining from Coca-Cola. Just say no to sugar. Once you get used to unsweet tea, it's okay. So Ian Team Stripes says their favorite airline, Cathay A350 1000, going to Hong Kong later tonight. Well, we should be able to endure until then. Crackers 2549, Mr. Bulldog, 73 degrees in Valparaiso, Indiana. A bit cooler there. Rohit Parkal saying hello from another rainy and wet day in Hyderabad in India. Thomas Moore says, hello, it's my birthday tomorrow. Thomas, we did play the birthday song. I don't like to overdo it with that tune, but happy birthday to you. We're glad you're with us. That was American 2926 from Tucson, Arizona, in Airbus A320. As the tug pulls away, in the background we see a Oh no, you know what we see? Hold on. This one kind of escaped our attention. This is the DHL, operated by ABX, going to Cincinnati. 767, flight 102.
$19.94.
Yet another 20th century plane. Chances are going over to the east side, but we'll see what happens right around here. Okay, well, so good to see you. Thank you for your help. I'm glad you didn't get wet this time. Oh, look, we're going to get a short T takeoff. Have a good night, Texas girl, taking her leave. Again, she's provided some invaluable spotting help for us tonight. So once again, this plane going to Cincinnati, taking off from the short T on runway 18 left. Lucky us. And yeah, big treat for those who are in the terminals astride this big jet. That noise you hear was the UPS 767 pulling by us. That's right, from the short T, Luke. Rohit Parkal going to be 50 years old next month. Whoa. Photo bomb.
Good evening, Tower 99906, visual 18 to right, negative level. This is 99906 on the visual 18 to right, negative level.
So we've got some pretty good cargo action tonight, and it looks as though we'll get an Atlas Air to kind of cap things off. An Atlas Air 747, that is. So before we see the 767 take off, American Flight 711 going to Ontario. Do I hear an echo? Echo. Yeah, there is one. Where's that coming from? Ben Ramler. Hello everyone, how's it going? Came here from Minneapolis or MSP Airport Live, where there were 3 diverts from Chicago O'Hare, all 3 triple sevens. Wow. Well, yes, a shout out to other plane spotting channels. They're just popping up all over the place. But it takes a certain amount of dedication to do this, and so I salute anybody who's got the gumption to trudge out to the airport and set up equipment and cameras and bring you the planes from airports you may never get to yourself. So here we go, off to Ontario, California. Unlike on Tuesday night, we will have a chat extravaganza tonight with music and your host tearing things down and you chatting away in the chat room. And that will follow all of our late night, mostly departures. I guess we may have this arrival of the Atlas Air. So here goes Worldwide Services, UPS Flight 793 to Louisville, 767. Channel member Ben Rosen with a good evening. Hello, Ben. And Ben Ramler says there is an echo. And I'll have to do some... Speaking of Atlas Air, why, this is the plane we featured on our thumbnail tonight. So we get the 767 taking off. Let's see if we can pick that up here. Wheels up to Louisville. Just in time to see the Queen make a turn. This plane came in from Wrightstown. Okay, this was diverted to DFW from Wrightstown, New Jersey. This is Atlas Air Flight 9906 747 400. So there was some weather issues at Chicago O'Hare tonight, so that's why we see this one here. We didn't expect it to come in here. It's another 20th century plane.
1998.
So it will be cooling its jets here until it can make its way to its intended destination. And thank you, James Webb, our channel sponsor, who is, as you can see there, chiming in with a $200 super chat. Thank you so much to James Webb. Kara Shea says, thanks, sorry I missed the thumbnail. Appreciate getting to see my son land that beautiful lady. Well, we're glad we could bring that to you. Here is the thumbnail. Now, this is not the plane you just saw, but it's a plane we use for our thumbnail. We saw this plane on Tuesday night. I don't think it's the same plane. But at least we were being honest with our viewers and saying that's what we're bringing you. Well, we're all cleared out at UPS. I think there's only one plane left. Let me see if I can address this echo issue here. Let me see here. Echo? 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 I may have cured the echo here. You will let me know if I do. Echo! Echo! Alright. See if that works. Well, let me catch my breath here as we look, see if anything's coming in. Doesn't look like it, not at least in the short term. We should be seeing some of the big international flights going out. We have a FedEx plane over there. Again, not something we always see on the west side, but this one is going to Oakland, California. It is flight 1806. It is a 767-300. It is a 6-year-old plane with its purple tail all lit up. It says Cargo Central tonight. We have a new member. No, we have a member who's been with us for 8 months. Real Braun 03, if I read that right. I'll get back to that in a minute. Good evening from Detroit, they say, and so we celebrate your membership. Thank you so much for that. So I think we fixed the echo.
10,000 takeoff line 8,
Yes, Lyric the Game Boy, a rare 767 on the west side. Well, you know, we say rare. It's rare for us to see it on Runway DFW during the hours we're usually here at night, but who knows what happens the other 18 hours of the day.
One left, line on way, on board 3349.
Now off it goes to the west coast. So we get another moonshot before we can't do it anymore. Well, it's, you know, it's up in the sky. We could probably watch it all night if we wanted to, but
190, 10,000, clear for takeoff, 18 left, envoy 3349. Last away, 18 left, American 2958.
Ben Rambler says, wow, what is going on with YouTube? It's freezing up on me. Well, anybody else having that problem? I do not, there's no indication here at my end that there is a, any kind of an issue. That does not mean you're not having an issue. It just means I seem to be sending things out which are going out to YouTube as intended. And there are people who've had this problem on mobile phones. So I don't know if it's a mobile, if it's an app problem as opposed to a... Playing with all those blue windows. That's a 737-800 going to Fresno, California, American Flight 2958. Looks cool in the cabin there.
Takeoff, 18 left, American 2958.
There's a message from S35 Bonanza Pilot, which I can't read at the moment. I'll replay that here in a second. S35 Bonanza Pilot, one of our Quad Jet channel members, and a world traveler. As they ferry aircraft all over the place. So let me pop that up again. Well, Walton Mods, time to head to Alliance and get ready to depart. Long 14-hour flight ahead. Hope you all have a good Friday and a great weekend. Thank you, S35 Bonanza Pilot. Thank you for your support and your friendship here, and have a safe flight indeed. Kagan Gorham says, good evening, Walt. Sorry for the late joining. Great stream. I shared your stream through TikTok to get some of my peeps over here. I don't know, does this appeal to the TikTok crowd? I'm not sure. I've never used TikTok. Kind of a sign of how old I am, I guess, but anyway, if we have any TikTok peeps out there, hello! We're watching planes. This is almost the antithesis of a TikTok. What do they call them? A clip? I'm not sure. I mean, what are those, all like a minute or less, the TikToks? And here we are going on 3+ hours.
190 up to 10,000, clear for takeoff, 20 left, American 1036.
There's American Flight 1036 going to Kansas City, an Airbus A321.
20 left, line up and away, I'll be 3569.
3569, 10 right, heading 190, call maintain 10,000, runway 18 left, approach takeoff.
Heading 190, 10,000, 18 left, clear for takeoff, runway 3569. Line up and 18 left, line up and wait, envoy 9889.
Coming in for a landing from San Francisco, American Flight 3293 and Airbus A321 here on Runway DFW After Dark. Mrs. Runway DFW says, wow, out in the country, this moon is like a bright car headlight. Yeah, when you're away from the city, we live outside of the city, and so there's really no lights around except for, some neighbors have lights on their houses, but it's not that bright. So you get out to in the pasture, and you can actually see your shadow on a night like this, a moon shadow.
Right 190, climb maintain 10,000, 18 left, clear for takeoff, envoy 9889. 18 left, line up, envoy 4065.
Fly for donuts says, I saw you setting up after dropping my flight attendant wife off to work this evening. We'll have to stop by and say hi one time. I hope you will. Fly for donuts.
18 left to Gulf 8 American.
Thanks for saying hello. Got an E-Jet, an Embraer 170. Looks like this is going to El Paso, Texas, out on the west, far west part of the state. American Eagle Flight 9889, it looks like. Oh, there it is. Singapore Airlines Cargo 747-400 is just about is pushing back now from its cargo bay, going to Brussels, Belgium.
Right turn 190.
It's a 21-year-old 747-400.
Over to departure, good night, 9889.
We'll see that in short order. Ben Ramler saying, what's the latest you all stayed up? Well, if you mean broadcasting from here, we've stayed till after midnight on some occasions. Usually it slows down quite a bit in the 10 o'clock, or sorry, the 11 o'clock hour here, which we are now approaching. But we still haven't seen our main, well, here we go. Qantas Flight 732, I'm sorry, Qatar Flight 732 to Doha is now on the radar. That's an A350-1000. Occasionally we'll see it take off on the west side, but it most often goes over to the east side. I see American Flight 78 getting ready to push back from Terminal D. That's going to London Heathrow on a 777-300ER. And let's see, so we still have have not seen movement from that big tail there on the right of your screen. Cathay Pacific will be going back to Hong Kong. That's an A350 1000 as well. Carwin Davies says a FedEx cargo is about to taxi for Memphis, the big FedEx hub. And I see it on the radar. And we're looking at 2 FedEx planes getting ready to go out. 757 to Greensboro and a 767 to Memphis. They're both going to be taking off from runway 17 right over on the east side. Let's see if we can catch the at least the 757 going out. It's about ready to take to the skies.
Alright, American 1679.
So we'll switch over to camera 1, see if we can see this plane lifting off.
17.
There it is.
Left, clear for takeoff, American 1679.
Wow, got a little glint from the moon there, didn't it?
$19.91.
34-year-old 757. And following right up behind it is going to be FedEx Flight 1385, a 767 going to Memphis. Once again, a glint of moonlight. It's an 8-year-old plane. So what is that? That's 4 FedEx planes we've seen either landing or taking off tonight. The highlight, I think, was the 767 coming in from Alliance. I think it was a 757 on that 12-minute jaunt. Still waiting to see the appearance of Singapore Airlines Cargo 747. We'll bring that to you as soon as we can, as soon as we see it. We do now see the Qatar A350 1000 about to begin its long journey back to Doha.
Right 190 to 10,000, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, American 26 line. Runway 33, 44, runway 18 left, line of flight.
18 left, line of flight, on 3344.
We say hello to Vince, Las Vegas, a friend of the channel, channel member. Hope to see Vince at Cranky Dorkfest in September. Evening Walton Company, sending greetings from the desert to DFW on this fine evening. So happy to see you here. I see Waz Radio back with us after lunch, working on music.
Hey, firm.
So glad to have him here.
1 left line of Hawaii, runway 34, 31.
If you missed it before, Warren sent out a shout out to Runway DFW on his Saturday night Platters That Matters show on Highland FM in Sydney, and we played it for you. He shared it with us, and we played it for you. Freddie O, thanks for another great stream. Gotta leave. See you all soon. Thank you, Freddie, for being a channel member. Yes, Warren is a celebrity. Now another look at the things are kind of moving a little slow now, so we'll take a little extended look at the Qatar plane as it taxis past Terminal D on its way to either runway 18 left for takeoff or runway 17 right. Oh, and I think
190 to 10,000, 18 left clear for takeoff, envoy 34, 31.
I do think that we've got the pushback now of Cathay Pacific Flight 875 and Qantas Flight 8. Cool. And we also should be seeing in just seconds from now the Queen of the Skies, Singapore Airlines Cargo Flight 79512 Brussels, 747-400. There she is. What a beaut.
Alright, then 2370 left turn 1. Sorry, right turn 190 up to 10,000 feet, 1 left clear for takeoff.
Left line in from way runway 3412.
I'm seeing somebody on chat encouraging Mrs. Runway DFW to co-host with me. You know, I've told her I think it would be a great show, but she is dead set against it. Who knows? Maybe someday. I told her she could do it from her easy chair there. I could pipe her in remotely, but as you can tell in the chat, she's very, very witty. There you go. 4 is greater than 2, as we all know.
Right turn 190 to 10,000 on board 3412, clear for takeoff 18 left.
David and Sandy say thank you, Walton Mods, for a wonderful night of planes. Yes, thank you to the mods. This place would be out of control without the mods. Although we do have a pretty sedate audience, I like to think. Respectful, kind. The Qatar A350-1000 is going over the bridge now to the east side, so we will endeavor to show you that takeoff from our perspective. You know, and again, because the airport is bisected by terminal buildings, we don't get to see it actually roll down the runway. We do get to see it lift off from behind the terminal buildings. And this plane could well also be on its way to the east side, unless it gets the call to take off here on the west side. So. Size differential with an Airbus A321. Devin Truitt said, what if he, and I guess meaning me, worked with the airport to put an always running stream like those train cameras on the tower in the plaza? Well, that would be cool. I don't think the airport is...
190, 10,000.
Well, I haven't asked them, so I don't know. But I don't really have the resources to be able to do that anyway.
Quick departure, 446.
Carlos Garcia, channel member. Good evening from Albuquerque. It's been so hot this week. Well, it is the middle of the summer, I guess. Jan Wittenberg is greeting us from Holland. Thank you, Jan, for watching. It is the middle of the night where you are. So I hope we're not keeping you up, but if you're up, glad to have you with us.
Across runway 18 left, for the 737, 12165, bridge 47951. Whiskey Kilo, cross 18 left, ground other side, on Lebanon 3514.
Yeah, some nice comments from Keegan Gorham. Thank you so much for that. All right, the big jet now crossing over 18 left. Most likely on its way over the bridge. And meanwhile, Qatar 732 to Doha is just about ready to take off over there on the east side. It's just after 11 o'clock. Well, it's 8 minutes after 11 o'clock. You're watching Runway DFW After Dark. Happy to have you with us on this Thursday night in the central time zone of the USA. And I'm looking over to the east side. Qatar hasn't moved yet. The Queen headed over the bridge. And I think the Qatar flight is now rolling or just about to roll down the runway on the east side, runway 17, right? So let's set up for that.
3136. 3091, turn right, heading 190, maintain 10,000, roughly 18 left, roughly takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, 19 on the heading, and up to 10,000, American 39.
So we're looking for it now.
Good evening, Tower, American 519, let up and wait, runway 18 left. We'll do American 2564.
DFW 4066, visual 1 right. Total land, 1 right, on way 4066.
Off it goes to Doha. Flight of almost 8,000 miles. And it averages just under 14 hours in the air. That's one of 2 daily Qatar flights to Doha from DFW. Seven 747's got a number of planes ahead of it before it goes out. Meanwhile, we've got the Cathay Pacific aircraft ready to take off from over here on 18 left.
190 at the heading up to 10,000, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, American 509.
Tina Lee asking how often are we at DFW. We try to be here 3 times a week when we can. Typically on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Tuesday and Thursday night most of the time, sometimes in the mornings. Saturday at various times depending on the weather and other stuff that I've got to do. And occasionally we're here on other days of the week. We do not have a fixed schedule, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But be happy to say hello if you do make your way out here and we're here. What do we have going there? Flight 509 to Sacramento, was that?
190, left, 10,000, left, clear for takeoff,
American Airlines, 737-800. Harry Potter fan, who is a channel member. Nice stream. Hope you and Mrs. Runway DFW are doing okay. And also I'm operating the Cathay 875 Heavy, the A350-1000 on my flight sim. Well, I hope you know what you're doing. I know I couldn't, I wouldn't be able to do that without crashing that thing. Looks like we've got a Spirit plane there. Going to Las Vegas. It's an Airbus A321.
Right, 190 up to 10,000, 18 left, cleared for takeoff.
Flight number 1381, if I hadn't mentioned it.
21 left, American 1588.
As the Cathay jetliner pulls in, going the other direction. And there's the Flying Roo. Detached from the jetway.
Heading 190 up to 10,000, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1588. Line up wait, 18 left, American 1104.
There, the tail of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000. Trip to Hong Kong, says here, 8,100 miles. About a 15.5-hour flight, going the other way around the world from the Qatar. Tina Lee says she still used to live 5 minutes from Founders Plaza, went all the time, was there the very day the U.S. opened airspace after 9/11. Wow. It was so great to see our birds back in the air. It was so quiet without them. It was indeed. Christian Soares is saying hello from the Philippines, halfway around the world.
Right turn heading 190, climb 10,000, American 1104, clear for takeoff, 18 left.
Mike, 18 left,
Departure, American.
So I think our schedule tonight will be that we'll watch this plane take off. We'll go over to the east side and watch the Singapore Airlines cargo plane take off shortly, the 747, and then we'll come back over here, catch the departure of Qantas to Sydney and Fiji to Nadi, if Fiji's running on time or close to on time. And that'll probably do it for us. We welcome a new subscriber.
Every night, American 1104.
Well, I don't see any other 747s in our vicinity tonight. So, yeah, we'll... We will brace for...
Alright, line of flight 18 left, on board 35.
For a chat extravaganza coming up shortly here.
cross 18 left, cross 18 right to the rim, we're local 249.
Safe travels back to Hong Kong. Okay, Singapore cargo either first or second in line to take off over on the east side. As we await the Spirit of Australia, Qantas, heading back to Sydney via Flight 8. And Airman 24 says the Fiji Flight 891 is pushed off the gate now, so that's good. We're getting everything tucked away now. Murato 23 says hi from Grand Prairie, which is here in North Texas, just to the south of us. Gotta love the late night wide body international departures. Well, that's what we hang out for. I think the 747 is now lining up to take off over on the east side of the field.
Right turn 190, 10,000, 18 left, go take off, South 496.
So hopefully we'll get that off the ground before Qantas has its turn to take off. We want to show you everything here. Well, from way down under, Jeanette Arkley speaking to us from Tasmania. That's pretty far away from where we are. We're glad to have you with us. You have so many great plane spotting YouTube channels in your home country of Australia. Right, Singapore Airlines cargo 7951 to Brussels. The 747-400 is now rolling. So yes, we'll get to see it lifting off from this camera.
Targeting the American 1803 official 18 right. Go on 18 right, American 1803. Hey, 190, say 10,000, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 1607. 18 left, final voice, 49.
Watching for the 747. Moonlight glint. Haven't seen one yet.
DFW Tower, American 29, 89, visual, 20 right.
Queen of the Skies headed to Europe. The Spirit of Australia headed to Sydney.
190 up 10,000, 18 left, clear for takeoff, go 4981. Runway 18 left, 920, American 25.
Let's say thank you to Darren G, who's been a Twin Jet member now for 10 months. And we thank him from Western Australia. Wow, we've got a lot of, well, at least a handful of Australian viewers tonight. We've got Warren. We've got Jeanette. Of course, it's Friday afternoon down in Tasmania. We've got Darren. Good to see you all. I don't know if we'll... That Frontier plane there has a Sunny the Lemon Shark livery. Is this Shark Week? I don't know. Frontier plane going to San Diego, an Airbus A320 Neo.
Sorry, Parker, let's go 4981. American 2568, turn right 100, 0, 10,000, only 1 left for takeoff. Right, turn 190 for 10,000, 1 left for takeoff.
Headed off there is American Flight 2568 to San Diego, an Airbus A321. Daniel Manfred saying hello from Raleigh in North Carolina. Rohit wants to know, how about a glorious moonshot? Well, we may go back there. Let's see where the Fiji plane is. Well, Fiji's headed our way, so we'll probably, maybe we'll go back to that as we're saying goodnight. How about that? Because we're going to show you Qantas, we're going to show you Fiji, and then we will seriously think about getting out of here.
Cross 20 left at Whiskey Kilo and ground on the other side, United American, 1803.
Tuesday Thompson. 10 days until Shark Week. All right. Well, I was close. Well, we have another Aussie friend here, the Peacock A380, saying hello. A channel member, Optimistic Mountain Landscape, checking in from Green Valley, Arizona.
American 1536, turn right, heading 100, 0, climbing 10,000, it's only 1 left for takeoff. 1 left for takeoff, right turn 190 up 10,000, American 1536. Line off right, runway 1, ice-bound,
Qantas still waiting its turn. Check out an American Airbus A321 coming in from Salt Lake City. And of course you saw another flight lifting off there to Amarillo, Texas, an Airbus A319 American Flight 1536. The Salt Lake City flight was American 2989 and Airbus A321. And now the Flying Roo on the move, ready for that long distance flight back to Sydney.
Turn right heading 190, climb to 10,000, runway 18 left, sorry, 10,000, runway 18 left, take off, Departure flight 1425 tower, Qantas is underway, traffic will cross, caution cross, RDW 787, runway 18 left, line of way. Line of way, 18 left, frontier 1425.
Someone asking, where's Fiji? It's on its way to our location. We'll see it in just a second or two. Why, there it is. That's the sound of a Dreamliner Dash 9.
Cross 20 left, 20 right to the ramp, American Local 319, good morning, sir. Cross 20 left to Golf 8, ground the other side. Good night, American 2989.
Safe travels to the land down under. There's the shark on the tail of the Frontier jet, about to take off for San Diego. Flight 1425. Was it Sammy? Was the name? Sunny the lemon shark. Lemon shark, that sounds friendly. Steve B notes that Qantas is flying from summer to winter. Yes, indeed. Wendy will. It's amazing to think that I will go to sleep, have breakfast, start work, and that Qantas flight will still be in the air.
Targeting to Delta 420, visual 18 right.
American flight 1809 is going to Seattle. It is an Airbus A321.
Left, clear for takeoff, 190 and 10,000 American 1809.
Now there's a pilot. And time for Fiji. Off to Nadi in the South Pacific. And I do believe that's going to do it for us on this Thursday evening.
We are
Haven't played this in a while. Let me flip the camera over here. And let me say thank you. Thank you, first of all, to our mods, who I'd never give enough thanks to. They really make this channel a great place to hang out, I think. My humble opinion. So thank you to our mods. Appreciate it. You know, they do it for the love of it. So it's very nice of them to do. Thanks to our channel sponsor, James Webb, who again favored us with a very incredible $200 super chat. Thanks to our other folks who made contributions to the channel tonight, either as a new member or with a super chat. Thank you to our new subscribers. Welcome. Once you're a subscriber, you can join in on the chat room. That's the only. The chat is subscribers only. The subscription is free, so I'll leave it up to you. We've got Yin Team Stripes, who's checking in as a member, a TriJet member, for 10 months. So thank you, Yin. We'll see you soon, and we will see you probably on Saturday. At a time to be announced. Saturday here in the Central Time Zone. So keep your notification bells activated. And that's it from Runway DFW. We have Chat Extravaganza coming up next, right after we reset the behind-the-scene cameras to get you a little better view. And so Chat Extravaganza, if you don't know, you watch me pack up, you chat, and I play music. That's it. It's very simple. Okay, that's it for now. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Tip of the cap from me, Walt, at Runway DFW. See you soon.
1905, maintain 10,000, take off 18 left, emergency 62. Lock. Kilo short of 18 left, left 77, left lamp and way on board 093. Whatever you heading 190, climb engine 10, $1.8, right, curve 1 take, correction 1 left, curve 4 take off on winter 93. Line boy, runway 18 left, American 18 left, everything up, American 46. Runway 18 left, there, kid. Roger, Mercury 4619.
No worries, thanks.
I was planning for my head, so I'm 43.
Left line up and way to emergency 1010.
Well then, I've packed up about as much as I can without taking us off the air, so thanks again for sticking around with us. Just after midnight here, it's already Friday in the Central Time Zone, so thank you to you stragglers out there for keeping me company while I pack up. Again, we'll be back with you hopefully on Saturday, at least that's the current plan. Keep your notification bells engaged, and we'll see you again soon here on Runway DFW. Happy contrails to you until we meet again. Thanks to our mods, thanks to our subscribers, thanks to our members, and thank you to channel sponsor James Webb. Good night all.
Acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufeld speaking.